the black and white effect. Let's turn it on. There we go. And welcome back to the world of horror. So this time everything is again quickly and randomized. So we have this event and then rain. Oh, we are her. Okay, what are our key? Go with that. Looks less like a... Wait, I go directly there. Will not have my library notes. Okay. Ooh, we have the tragic tale of Thaumaturgy. Thanks for the water burning. We actually have quite a... Okay, only two new. The tragic tale of Thaumaturgy. We have the freaky feature of found footage and a macabre memoir of morbid memory. Vicious verses of violent vigil and the bizarre brood of a blood-curdling botanist. We start from left to right again. To be used to be one of the most outstanding classes in school, at least before their teacher's disappearance. Her replacement glides through the school, entracing all those around her with her soft voices and calming emotionalness. Now she stands at the front of the class, scribbling symbols in chalk and hissing lessons about the old gods. The children no longer play, but sit in their seats until dark, hunting along, learning of the Eldritch Masters and preparing to study. Following a rumor, you visit the house of the schoolgirl who acted really strange in class. The girl's parents sit crying in the living room, fearfully point you. When you stop by home to pick up your lunch, you find a pile of letters in your mail. Sweet, it seems that you have won a small amount of money in the lottery. Yeah. She sits in her bedroom, the blood-stained uniform, a dead rat lying in her hands. Asked why she killed it, she just grinned. You find an envelope lying on a pillow in your bedroom. Inside is cash, a note from someone who has been watching. They wish you luck in task and promise to meet you soon. How did this envelope end up in the bedroom? Hello? How are you doing, dear? Another lead. The former teacher of the class may prove more useful. Knocking on the door, however, gets you no answer. Just a sapling clittering behind the door. A game night with the family. That sounds good. Then enjoy your game night. No one answers when you knock at Professor Takushi's door. His odd since he usually punctual about his appointment. The smell of blood tells you something is wrong. You quickly open the door and enter. There's no sign of the professor, but the quantity of blood everywhere leaves little doubt about what happened. But how and why? We don't have the occult science yet, so we scout for. Well, failure. You search the room but can't find anything. The sound of police sirens forces you to jump through a broken window. You're injured. Investigation is taking a toll on you. You stand amidst the most obvious leads. You find him in the hospital, covered in bites. Just what is it with this whole summoning that he speaks of between his sides? Dark forces scheme against you. You don't know who you can trust anymore. With no other ideas, you decide to wait outside the school itself. You enter the school bathroom to wash your face with cold water. A sudden noise behind you stops you in your tracks. One of the stall doors has opened on its own. Close the door. You walk to the door and try to close it, but something is blocking it. When you look up, you see a ghostly, pale hand holding the door. You back up from the toilet as the door slowly opens. A girl in a tattered uniform is standing. Her head twists unnaturally as she makes a roaring, rattling noise. The door behind you. Lamps shine. Oh, what a pretty effect. Clap. How about clap? Clap. How about clap? Nothing else. We have the cake. I have no clue to fight our bird. Of corpse dust, hell yeah. The faint chanting doesn't stop and no one enters or leaves the building. Just corpse dust do. Why not? It's experience after all. We should get a... Ooh, blind. Ignore the current event and instantly investigate the random otherworld location. Might be useful later, but not for now. The faint chanting doesn't stop and no one enters or leaves the building. You find an old trophy case set in the seemingly abandoned corridor. Everything inside is covered in thick lace. One medal seems particularly valuable. Check them first. You find a small trophy with a curious plaque, Grand Champion of the Cannibal Eating Contest. You hear screaming from the school. It's time to enter. Oh well. You sneak in through a window and skulk across the shadowy corridor. All the classrooms have emptied out, peering into one. You spot the corpse of a teacher nailed to the chalkboard. taking you, Reggie. You spot an odd bulge protruding from his stomach. Bites against your fingers as you probe it. Suddenly the teacher's chest rips apart, showering the classroom with gore. From within, a child coated in meat and intestines leaps out, reaching with joy. As you near the gym hall, the chanting and rhythmic drums grow louder, threatening to intoxicate you. You creak the door open and stifle a scream. The entire school is gathered around a huge portal surrounded with black candles. From within, the lower of the bees being summoned echoes. The teacher stands at the front, covered in a purple robe, her true form revealed. True form is a clitoris? Oh. With a dying scream, the teacher throws herself into the portal, dragging the children with her. Her vicious master shows no mercy. You hear it devour them all before the connection shuts. The children will no longer harm anyone. Their parents will weep for them. Oh, that sounds good. Though we are also dead, pretty much. We have no reason left. I don't think we can fix that, but we will try. Local scientists are baffled. An unprecedented aurora-like event has bathed the entire town in an unnatural green. Extra reason. Now we have the freaky feature footage. 3 students disappeared in the process of making a documentary about the local folklore and legends of nearby park. Now, on the first anniversary of their disappearance, a suspicious man has started to ask questions. He claims to be a private investigator hired by the parents of the students. Except the parents of your friends didn't hire him. Who is he? And what did the students discover? Three students disappeared in the process of making a documentary about the local folklore. Maybe you find a clue about their last known whereabouts in the school's newspaper. I think we have to rest first. Let's do it one more time. Suddenly everything slows to crawl. Ouch. No reason. And we do a new one. Sorry, we're a guy now. Means we have good charisma and we have a good strength. Oh, and our perception is also weak. Brittle bones run in your family, and you've spent each summer in a cast. You start with extra XP and bandages, but an injury may occur whenever the player takes damage and ooh. Okay. Alright, what does your wardrobe says? Can you make you look badass? Oh yeah, Yaku's out. Oh, he has a library. He has cigarettes, medical kit, and a library now. And easy. Okay, we have the eerie episode of Evolving Hills. While returning to your home, someone suddenly bumps into you. Do you know? You turn around. Your friend living in the same apartment complex. Anna. That weird dude is back, you know? The one who studies fish? You shrug, opening the door. Anna follows and immediately enters the kitchen. A hour later, she returns with 2 cans of soap. Aren't you curious what weird fish did he bring this time? The creepy neighbor carrying some jars inside his apartment. Wonder, what weird fish did he find this time? Will you check it out? You will surely recognize me if I try to do it myself. Please. Loud knocking wakes you up in the middle of the night. Open up! Someone shouts, the deep voice from behind the door. I know you're there. Let's call the police. The man escapes when he hears the police siren. Before he goes, he draws an unfamiliar symbol in blood on your front door. Good working at school, right? We could break into his office. What do you mean we shouldn't? It must be empty because he just came back and his classes begin next week. Would you look at that? The neighbor's office at school is empty. You do find the jars that are all filled with weird eel-like fish. Despite your protest, Kana decides to take the jar home. Have you ever seen an eel like this? It's so freaky. Don't you have a feeling it's watching us? How can she sip her soda so calmly, staring at the creepy critter? Yeah, how can you sip soda so calmly? Combination is not good for your stomach. Something else. Make it juice. Make it water. Wandering through an empty corridor, you find an old vending machine. You don't recognize the brands of sodas inside, but you really could use a drink. No, she's fine. You buy a can of brand soda, and when you reach for it, something inside the machine catches your hand. You have to jerk your hand out, injuring yourself. I've seen him burning some notes behind our apartment building. Go and check it out. Still even alive. Mr. 000, your neighbor is a horror manga artist. He's struggling to come up with a satisfying ending for his newest story. Sadly, you don't have any recent stories that would help him. At least, the public won't experience the same horrors you did. And I was right. Someone tried to burn some papers. They must have been in a hurry, because some of the papers look salvageable. You both return to your apartment and try to decipher the notes. It's so weird. Your neighbor really was into eels. You begin to wonder if spying on your neighbor was a good idea to begin with. Legend from the prefecture yields tells of small village of robbers who would kill all visitors and dump their corpses into a lake full of eels. Eels of the prefecture could lay their eggs inside human. Interesting. A woman jumps out of her apartment, covered in gore. Between sobs, she tries to explain what happened. She was taking a shower and suddenly the shower started spreading blood. A trail of blood leads into the dark apartment. Back in the back. I don't find anything.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
There must be something more we can learn. Try to break into his apartment tomorrow morning. I wonder what he's hiding in there. You shrug uncommentarily. I just wished you could throw this damn jar into the trash. Can't shake the feeling that those small dark buildings hide some terrible secret. Thinking about how stupid it is of Kana to try and break into your neighbor's apartment, you go to sleep. You spent an entire day waiting for Kana. Where the hell is she? Impossible angles and seemingly moving lines make your head spin. Kana has been missing since yesterday. You decide to check out the neighbor's apartment yourself. You cautiously enter your neighbor's kitchen. You're shocked to see countless jars filled with eel, flailing around restlessly. What the hell is Kana? The swollen body of our neighbor is rotting away inside putrid murky water. Both his eyes are missing, with countless tiny blood trails leading from them in all directions. Not the neighbor, but his eye burst. I slipped on the blood and lost consciousness. I am afraid there's something in my own eye, too. You rush to the hospital with Kana, getting a lot of attention from horrified people. A friend is taken immediately to the operating theater and collapses on a chair in the waiting area. When you wake up, it's already night. Trying to ask about your friend, you are met with a verdict reaction, as if she never existed. You rush to the operating theater yourself, stopped by armed policemen. Whatever happened, the doctors must have been too late. You're still processing the events of the previous night, cops eating eels that lay their eggs in ice. Sitting before your apartment building, you watch the police officers emptying out your neighbor's place. Wonder if you will ever hear from your friend again. No. The crimson moon spotted over Shiokava keeps everyone on the end. In the next case, sorrowful saga of the Moonlight Sailors began with one fisherman who drank something truly awful from the belly of the ocean, a dark, writhing ooze that mesmerized him beyond control. He hid himself away from it for a week, adoring it, not to be seen until one moonlight night, when a young girl spotted his boat drifting away, a single lantern swinging at the helm, and the captivated fisherman singing eerily to the sketch. Now more and more fishermen have begun to find the wild ooze in the net. One by one, they are disappearing. Soon, the ocean will have taken them all. Start your investigation, hoping to overhear some rumors at the fish. The roads seem to twist and turn when you're not looking around, trapping you in this neighborhood. It's been hours trying to find out the way out. Finally, completely exhausted, you end up in the main street at the passage to the blatant neighborhood. Slowly closes behind you. Although you brave the stench for hours, you glean nothing besides the fact that the fisherman had arrived. Perhaps you should pay her a visit. As you walk through the crowded space, someone bumps into you and quickly apologizes. Before you realize your wallet is missing, the thief is long gone. Actually, why not? Big knife. Now I have no funds, but at least I have a weapon. It's a bad time to be out of cash, says the grim-looking man who was standing in your way. Our company, fortunately, specializes in cases like yours, and will gladly help you to get back on track. Oh, he takes a step closer, and you could swear there was a faint smell of rust around. Everyone has something to say. Fragile blood. You startled awake on a park bench. You fiend. No sign of the grim man anywhere. You find an envelope full of cash inside your pocket. The fisherman's wife lies mutilated and covered with black moss. You find a heavy tomb wrapped in moth-eaten black velvet, an old log covenant. When you remove the book's wrapping, you recall on the scars found in human flesh. Let's just take it this. Surely, someone else must have brought one of these. You look around, hoping to find one of them. Why not? Alright, investigate the sea. Cool air suddenly fills your mouth, tastes metallic. While you can react, you hear a low, growling sound coming from Catman. The young man has glassy eyes and mumbles, flies his hairs, his debating movement of his arms. Suddenly the air around you begins to twirl. A supernatural wave of raising wind is approaching. The sudden blizzard disappears as fast as it began. Leave the bench quickly. That's perfect. After a slow interrogation, the young man manages to stutter out something about an organized fishing trip. After a long night without much sleep, you decide to go for a ride along the coast to clear out your head. It's hard not to think about the nights that started everything. Behind the same wheel, driving like hell after watching your brother's arms get slaughtered, and not doing a damn thing to save, but nothing anymore. You slip out at night and race towards the beach, terrified. The full moon shines bright in the cloudless night sky. The ink-black ocean waves glimmer eerily. All the residents have drawn their shutters tight and locked their doors. Your footsteps are silent in the sand. The only audible sounds are your rage breathing, pounding heart. You arrive at the water's edge breathless. The possessed fishermen boats fill the horizon with the line. Tiny yellow spots navigate across the dark ocean under a dark sky. You don't make out the figures. Hypnotized, you watch as they bob their way out of the harbor. The lanterns move farther and farther away, and you hear the odd chanting slowly fade with the wind. You stand in the cold until the final boat is out of sight and it's pitch black. Nothing to do now. You head home. The weird chant still in you. No one spoke of the fishermen after they sailed off. Grieving mothers would not let their children anywhere near the cursed beach. Over time, people forgot the last time they saw a boat on the way. The whole town stopped receiving any outside signal. Must be the radio mast. Alright, let's see for the next one. Rotten report a rancid ramen. Out of thin air, a brand new ramen restaurant opens in town. It's adored by everyone. Once people take a bite, they can't stop day and night. The queue stretches out the door. The shambling customers stuff themselves with the dish after dish, while the blind owners finally behind the counter, winning and polishing his gleaming nails. You're determined to discover what makes this ramen so enticing. Its true power, dog meat, human meat, the flesh of the gods themselves. Watching a local news, you spot a familiar street. It's a feature about the newest ramen shop. The food critic has a manic look as he describes the ramen. His description makes your stomach turn. Oh wait, I can actually level up. It can be a fast or a hot. Letting allies to go grand. Power and bonus to one of your improved writing. That's the offensive. You hear rustling on the other side of your apartment door. Someone is trying to get in. Oh, look at that. It's Mickey Mouse. Oh no, not good at all. How fast is that guy? Okay, I'm dead. Can I even go on? Wait, what's that? How can I actually be -3 health? Alright, we lost again. Another quick play. It's this again. Now we have a charming young man. The camera. Okay. We don't have any, but we have an empty bottle. Any event that we never did? No. Filling Chronicle of the Crimson Cave. A new game is spreading among your friends. A dare to stay in the unused school restroom after classes. A dare to meet Akamanto. What was originally harmless fun has turned deadly. The body of the boy was found last week. The school principal has banned the game, but that's only made it more popular. Akamanto must be stopped before another kid gets killed. One of your friends says he doesn't believe in curses and he intends to complete the dangerous thing. Have fun. Which up part? Bottle of milk. Just a bottle of milk. And stamina. With the trail growing cold, it might be time for a different approach. But a similar case have occurred in the past. A trip to the library might be a good idea. Study issues of the local newspaper. Near closing time, you stumble upon a curious article on the last page of a local newspaper. Copy the author's name, along with the address, before getting ready to read. You've reported it to your principal, who promises he will take care. With your friends safe for now, you should look into the legend. Maybe the record in the city's library make a mention of Akamanto. Been almost a year since a childhood friend moved away to another city. He left suddenly without even saying goodbye. In a recent letter, he apologized for the disappearance and asked you to remove the furniture from his flat. Because he wanted to sell it. In the envelope, you find a key to the apartment. You find another letter behind a wardrobe. It explains that the reason your friend left was that the shadow people were stalking. You shudder when you realize you haven't seen the moving company's truck drivers. You read the story about a vengeful samurai, known for wearing a crimson red cane. An interesting find for sure, but you need to find more information. The corridor is flooded by a black sludge that's slowly oozing from underneath the door of the chemistry classroom. The damp, moldy stench grows as you get closer. How are you going to get to the other side? How will you risk getting? Well, actually, let's take a sample of the sludge. You bottle up a sample of the sludge, trying your best not to pass out from the stench. Bottle of sludge. Accidental prone. Oh, perfect. One of the articles mentions a young doctor who performed life-saving surgery on a victim of a brutal assault. The assault happened in a toilet stall. Maybe he still works at the hospital and can share some information. You meet with your friend who has recently started her nurse practice. You lazily sit on the roof of the hospital, watching the sunset. Now would be the perfect opportunity to ask about the recent unearthly event. Her stories about missing patients, mysterious surgeries, and a strange infection help kill the mood. You must love display. You learn that the doctor suddenly left the hospital after the latest murder, taking all of the records with him. How would he do then? That's not the only bad news. Your friend didn't come to school today, and another body was supposedly found. That pair has been following you since morning. You finally managed to lose them, but can't shake the feeling that it was only getting worse. The principal has ordered the school to be closed down for the investigation. A sudden blast of heat grabs your attention. An older man standing next to you screams in pain as he's engulfed in fire for seemingly nowhere. Other people start to panic and help the burned victim. Spotted a hooded woman standing in the distance. When she sees you, she starts to run. You can shake off the feeling that you were the target of the supernatural. The hooded woman disappears behind a corner. When you get there, she's gone, already mixed in with the crowd. I felt to stop you today, but for sure they'll try again. You break the window and get inside the school unnoticed. The cursed toilet is located on the third floor. Get over there. Walking through the park, you find a little girl crying alone in the playground. And you ask what's wrong. Says that she can't find her mom. Please put the girl's address on the backpack lying nearby. This time, I call the police and let them handle that because that mother beats her child. You tell the girl to wait while you look for an officer. You get back, she's gone. Break the window and get inside the school unnoticed. Just toilet is located on the 3rd floor. Why is it suddenly so dark outside? Stand by the window to take a look. Black smoke emerges from the courtyard, coating everything in an oily vapor. Up there. Slutty vapors rise slowly upward, forming a perfect spiral. You back away from the window, surprised by the curious phenomenon. There's no turning back now. Step into the last stall and close the door behind you. You wait in the stall, trying to be as quiet as possible. And hear the sound of rubber boots as an unknown liquid drips on the tile. You can see the top of his head, taller than any man you've ever seen. The door slowly opens. Go with blue this time. The tall man in a red coat grabs you by your neck and starts choking. You kick him and rush to the door. You hear a click coming from the door's direction. You're locked in here with the crazy man. The bottle of sludge. Oink. Then karate. Blood flowing from wounds in the tall man's red coat makes it look like the man is slowly melting. You hear cackling coming from behind the mask and pain. When you wake up, gone. Somehow you know he will be back in another stall, another school, another city, continuing the horror. Preparing for the worst, people are stocking up on everything, making it harder for you to find what you want. Can do that. Now again for the thaumaturgy. To be. Read that today. Go to range girl. What can we actually? Share your experience. Incredible, he shouts in excitement. How do you come up with this then? Sensing this story will be a huge hit, he pays you a token of consideration. Of experience? No. Let's quickly go through that. I mean, we already read that, so... This guy again. So we might be dead. Like, can we run away? bad. It's really bad. Okay, we could escape. Good. We have to rest a few times. The museum started hanging up posters promoting the great art. Okay, Toto is coming. And I need to rest then. You find yourself in an old, unused part of the hospital. We search the... I will check out the freezer. You take a peek into the freezer but can't see anything important. You wonder what could smell so awful if there's nothing inside. Nearby, the body of the dissection twitched slightly. The hour of countless autopsies stands before you. No other ideas. You decide to wait outside the schools. A stalker girl? A cult diary. And a level up. You advance to the next experience level. Let's see what we have here. Thinking,
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
There's always a way out for seemingly hopeless situation. Yeah, that thing sounds good. I also want to go to myself. What do we have here? Cult diary. Now, book of cult personal does not really say what it is. Let's use it. Mine's way doom. Possible angle. And we don't have it. Now we don't know how to get it either. No. Your scream. I see you near the gym hall, the chat. Oh yeah, real farm of that thing. We had that ending already. No, well. More students going missing. What are we doing? Need more experience solution. The proud fable of a fear. Yeah, that. That's when you thought your stomach couldn't handle it. We just continue this time. Nonsense. And the hot spring feels great. Finally, you can. Today's girl. Oh. Improvise. I take the knowledge this time. Weird sounds coming from the forest. Good enough to what you mean. So sometime before the festival. I was seemingly busy setting up stands, decorating the plane. Look for friends. I stumbled into your friend Eva. Hey, can you lend me 2 friends? Private. Sure. Unseasonal floods have closed up. Well, going back to the inn, you overhear through mass villagers. They're talking about something awakening at the dawn. I wonder what's up with that. We don't go in there this time. Just ignore that. He hopes for a different ending. Still some time before the festival. Enjoy the festival. There. Would you like to test your luck? This fine game? Good one, ticket. We've got a winner! The creepy random ends your prize. See you soon. Where is everybody? The trail of blood sickeningly swelling sludge leads to the outskirts of the village. Somewhere in the dark forest and so waiting. That's the thing. The sleeping bag has been torn to shreds. We find a little bit. However, a lot of glee. Drooping tree branches over the path, framing it in an almost macabre ray. Almost inspiring. Did I get out of it? You quicken your pace and leave the menacing path. You are surprised to find a well-dressed man sitting on a rock in the middle of the forest. When you get closer, however, you discover that he is wearing a realistic mask that falls on the ground. You have a moment to speak about sheesh, proud. Right. Me. And I'm insane. Man. Not a good progress. Not a good progress at all. And we have the Yakuza again. Okay, we have the curious case of contagious humor and the freaky feature of found foot. 3 students. Yeah, oh, maybe we're fine. Dark forces scheme again, you know? The roads seem to twist and turn. Everyone in the village is suddenly friendly. Old farmer points you to an old stone. The missing group supposedly started their forest trip there. Oh. Parasitic organism burrows under the You stop dead in your tracks by the feeling of cold metal against your back. Look over your shoulder. Recognize me, the Yakuza sneers. Go for his weapon. Or whirl around and grab the man's weapon. The two of you slam to the ground as you wrestle for it, until you finally manage from its fingers. Find yourself with a pistol in your hand. Fucking I have a feeling that you're being watched, and you hear a brand snapping. You quickly turn around. There's someone standing in the trees, just a few. You confront the person. Decomposing skin and a vacant stare can only mean one thing. It's a corpse someone has brought down. The idea that someone could do it so close to you, and so quietly. You find a pile of human teeth, like a rock. Beautiful. Grouping 3 branches hang over the path, framing it in almost a clever way. You're surprised to find a well-dressed man sitting on the path. That this is a famous priest, idol rock. Perhaps his mysticism has stepped into the tower. You fear you've attracted the attention of something terrible. Oh. Vicious group you've been following is gathered in the nearby forest. They're enacting some sort of a ritual in the clearing up ahead. Only nearby vantage point. You discover an old campsite, which is while wandering through the woods, you discover strange. The rumored witch seems empty. In the basement, however, you find a camera pointed at the large hole in the ground. On the table next to the camera is 3 cats, each taking one of them. Then you hear a curious sound coming from the hub. Let's begin. You kneel down and lean forward to see what's inside the hole. It takes a while to process while looking at the gigantic eyes staring. As you continue to lean in, feeling weaker and weaker as the dog onto your knees lures you in. At the very least moment, the suspicious tall man grabs you by the collar. He explains he is part of the cult protecting the house and the mysterious entity below it. You've got a bigger purpose than you desire, as before now. Wake up a few hours later. The bus heads back to your town. The coma. Curious things of contagious coma. When more people fall unconscious, cannot be awakened. People who try to wake the patients up on that only end up falling into a coma themselves. A whole wing of the town's hospital has been dedicated to warding the comatose. Anything connecting these people and how did this strange illness start? I checked the news reports about this weird disease and tried to find the cause.
Sailor
before
Midgard
more
sacrifices
people
12 souls.
Thank you for the raid, Sailor Midgard. And I am an Eldritch Reaper, revitalizing the void, and currently here in World of Horror and trying to get through as much endings. How are you doing, dear? What were you up to? Then you will not be disappointed because we are doing World of Horror for a couple of hours. Thank you for entrusting your community. If you have to raid, please do. But if you will stay, then welcome and enjoy the show. Round 0? Sounds like a shooter. Oh, good game. Yeah, World of Horror is a lot of fun. Feeling like you are on the brink of losing your mind, you decide to visit your parents' old friend, Father Yasugi. Kiddo, says the priest, who is currently moving some boxes in and out of the church. You let me in. So let's help the old man. Lifting the box, you feel your back cracking, but you manage to get it all over with relatively quickly. Afterwards, Father Yasugi invites you inside for a cup of hot tea and home-baked cookie made by one of the parishioners. You explain your situation to him. The priest listens, letting you vent all of your doubts and anxiety. Oh, yeah, that sounds good. I love Parasite Eve. Reports mention a patient 0. Who could they be? No patient. Who am I actually? Well, I still have a gut artery. Doctor. Let's investigate downtown. Seeing the two chopped off hands, you can't help but wonder who's been preparing your food for the past week. Well, let's research the occult knowledge. Knowledge failure. I have to get better in knowledge. You need to sneak into the hospital and borrow the information about the patient 0. By taking the elevator, you get a terrible feeling as if something bad is about to happen. The elevator door opens. The elevator's doors open, revealing a black mass of eyes and teeth pouring into the elevator, biting and suffocating. Later you wake up in the doctor's office. The nurse discovered you lying unconscious on the elevator floor. And but the name and address. Let's get out of here. Your friend has asked you to meet them at a certain secluded location. And there you find a telescope with a note signed by your friend. Now tells you to look through the telescope. You don't see anything at first, then you notice it. The bloated body of Yolash getting closer. Patient Zero's house seems empty. Should search carefully. Enter the metro car. You notice an oddly shaped package on the seat opposite, marked with your name. For the package, but hesitate. An icy feeling settling into the pit of your stomach. Dexterity check to success. As soon as you pick up the package, you realize what you are holding and drop it in horror. That man dabbled in magic. You found a journal describing a certain village and instructions for summoning a ritual. It seems that he tried to contact an entity from the dream realm. Hello? A sleeping one? Walking through the park, you find a little girl crying alone in the playground. When you ask what's wrong, she says that she can't find her mommy. You spot the girl's address on the backpack lying nearby. You offer to take her home. You get there, the terrified mother slams the door into your face. From behind the door, she starts screaming to get the girl away. The little girl calmly tells you that she can take it from here. The quarantine wing is guarded closely. You must find a way to sneak through. When the patient came out home one morning, covered in stars and babbling about aliens, the police had them committed. You're mumbling something quietly as you pass by. Add. Actually sounds quite good. We're going on a strength build on that one. And talk. You immediately understand that the only difference between you and the crazy person is that you haven't been caught yet. You convince him to sneak out in your room. And we have an ally. There it is. Let's hope you find an answer here. You have managed to sneak through the floor while avoiding the police. Finally reach the quarantine wing, where all the coma patients were brought in. The pulses are slowly weakening and their blood pressures dropping. You must hurry. The complete silence of this place hits you when you reach one of the beds. All the patients are dead. You sneak out of the hospital. One thing is certain. No sick people are left alive at the end of the world in Italy. And I think we died. No, we're still alive. Good. Can save our ass. Take a bath. Bath that gives us reason. Welcome. Hope you had a wonderful time over there. And here we are. The horror going by. Let's do the man. Oh, thank you. Wait, I should probably show how I actually look and not in the grayscale. So let me give myself a little bit color again. That serve as my trusty companion Enma. When you go into the redeems, you can ask her a question. Yeah, how can this be? How is there color in a monochrome game? Let's get into the mood again. Cabaramara of morbid mermaids. The janitor was obsessed with mermaids, collected every scrap of the legend about them in the school basement. Now his mind has snapped. He decided it's time to make one of his own, using unfortunate students, bodies, period. There's one thing everyone at the school is talking about. Another girl from your area has gone missing. Could be anything connecting all the missing people. Let's investigate downtown. Before we do that, we go to our doggy. The backpack sounds good. What else do you have? Compass also sounds good. What else do we have? Like knife. There, finally we have a one. We cannot sell. Okay. The steak knife is way better than the semi-auto. I don't know why, but the semi-auto never did. Probably because the perception not big enough. We should take care of our mental first before we continue. Yeah, it should be. Suddenly an empty bottle smashes on the wall behind you. You cover yourself from the glass fragments and notice a masked assailant holding a baseball. Come with a bat? Come with a knife? Look at the sequence then.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Oh, sorry for that little girl. We found a prescription. Pharmacy. Well, maybe find it eventually. If I'm not mistaken, that was tied to a random event. With the trail growing cold, it might be time for a different approach. A similar case have occurred in the past. A trip to the library might be a good idea. Never know. All the missing girls were apparently members of the school swimming team. Maybe someone saw the kidnapper stalking them. She said she would do everything to be with you, even if it meant to cheat death itself. Nah, I've lost. continue round. Play. It's not the bad. Combination. Discard to gain XP. Okay, that's all it takes. Any new one? No. The Sorrow Saga of the Moonlight. I'll do that again. Although I don't know how to get the other end. I haven't seen a branch of taking new action. We have money. The two shopped hats up. Okay, we'll get the last. Let's what happens if I do that? You make a mental note to avoiding visiting small family restaurants anytime soon. And you arrive at the fisherman's hut. Hands longer. In the mirror, you catch a glimpse of something that shouldn't be there. Corpses are strung up on wire like macabre marionettes with painted smiles on rosy sheen. Answer me. You decided to enter a small shady bar in the docks. Maybe some of the old fishermen can help you in your quest. However, persuading them to do so might prove difficult. Now let's buy them around. No fisherman would refuse a free round. They tell you the tales of the sunken cities inhabited by underwater things whose too many legs. You point and to talk about a man on the other side of the invisibility. Does it happen? Till the end of the current mystery. No doom penalty. Oh. Doing good so. Oh. We don't need it. You can't shake the feeling that some small dark buildings hide some trouble. A kid show right here. Very terrible. Flip it tonight and raise the weapons. The full moon shines bright in the cloudless night sky. Like an ocean, waves glimmer here. All the residents have drawn their shadows to the doors. Your footsteps are silent in the sand. The only audible sounds are your ragged breathing, pounding heartbeat. You arrive at the water's edge, breathless. Possessed fishermen's boats fill the horizon with the light. Tiny yellow spots navigating across the dark ocean under dark sky. You cannot make out the figures of Hypnotized, you watch they bob their way out of the harbor. The lanterns move farther and farther away, and you hear the yacht slowly in. Stand in the cold until the final boat is out of sight. Pitch black. There's nothing to do now. At home, the weird chant still in your hand. No one spoke of the fishermen after they sailed off. Living mothers would not let their children anywhere near the cursed being. Over time, people forgot that the last time they saw the boat out in the rain. A friendly dog disappeared last. I have to find a new place to buy equipment. Good thing I did do so right at the beginning, huh? Alright, how am I doing? Doing good. Going for horrible history of household hell. There's so many old mansions around this town. The 000 Mariner is one of them, supposedly haunted by a family of 4 who disappeared without a trace on summer. Or is it only the end of the friends you've talked with are not sure where the mansion itself is located. You have to find the mansion first, trip to the library nation. This door shouldn't be there. It shouldn't lead anywhere. More importantly, it shouldn't pull you in. Slowly you're into the unknown. Lost in time and space, you drift into nothing. Till something pulls you towards the line. Go to the destroyed temple. Inside the decaying nave, you find a keepsake from the ancient world. There's a humanized skeleton wearing ruined armor. Weapon looks strangely familiar. Woohoo! Even better than the steak knife, the katana. A sudden growl coming from behind a corner makes you dumb. Look at that smile. How can you say no? Ah, yes, more, of course. Comparing different mansions with the sketch, you finally find the one. There's only one problem. You will need a strong rope to enter the mansion through the high window. The ocean is hungry. You stood by a person with a knife, looking incredibly sad. It wants me. I'm afraid I'm too much for a cover to do it myself. Can you help me? Get them out of it. Unable to convince them, the person you close your eyes as they jump up the cloud. You make it through the window. This is the abandoned mansion your friends have. Let's explore. In the middle of a room, you see a man tied to a chair. You rush into the help, but when you remove his gag, the man starts shouting curses and prophecies. You fall on the floor, your mind flooded with unspeakable images, and the man, completely ignoring the chair he was seemingly tied to. Not him. curious at your end. I know. Following a suspicious person you entered unmentioned. It stings like spoiled milk, and there's only 2 doors, one of which you came through. Can't see the strange man anywhere. I'll leave through the other. Finding yourself back in the corridor, you see the man vanishing behind a corner. Since you're catching up, he doesn't have the time to lock the door. You lose the man, but find the occult books in the filthy room that are just hands and W. And that means never. Completing a mystery spell. A mystery grants a random spell. He's not the right character for that. Extra funds gained from completing a mystery. Would be good. Wait, this is a new room. No. Be good if the dog would be still there, but it's not. The doom penalty from the running from combat. In that one. Extremity. The round window of the Crooked Manor Tower is calling you. You feel your strength drain away and stare at the bright light. Just one glimpse of the eldritch landscape is enough. You manage to cover up your eyes and move to where you can see the damp window. If you're sick, please just stay. For now. Countless spoons fly out of the cupboard when a ghastly figure materializes in the middle of the room. Ghastly? This must be the place where the key is. It looks like one of the previous owners of this mansion liked the raid. Dusty tomes reach the ceiling. We don't have much time, but maybe you could spare a minute to look through the books. That with the gels. You feel watched. Hearing a shuffling sound coming from behind the wardrobe, you decide to push it out of the way. You discover a niche in the wall. Someone has put 3 dusty dolls in. You try to reach and grab one. They jump off and scatter around the room. Gay. Why does it look so funny to me? only have one left. That means one. Oh no, never mind, there are two bandages. There's a local legend about the heartbroken seamstress. One stormy night, she broke into a local inn and stitched the unsuspecting guests together. The final gruesome artwork. That's just a legend, Ryan. Sewing machine. On the sewing machine, you spot a strange engraving. Get closer to investigate. Your mind is flooded with the forbidden knowledge. You leave the room, squaggling like the mooks. Memory extract. But it comes at the cost of we're not doing good. The whole building begins to end. We are dead anyway, so the fucking artery. New one. I'm not good at this game. I'm really not good at this game. We only managed to get to the end. One. And that was last week. I'm still there in Yakuza again. New one? No. Alarming account of abnormal arms. Remember when it started? The woman next door was strangled to death in her bed. No sign of forced entry. Killer was never found. The apartment remained vacant. The door to her apartment was closed and she lived alone. Other ways are in the yard. Maybe you can get the apartment plan to compare with other flats. The road seemed to twist and turn. I have funding. Use that. Wandering through an empty corridor, you find an old vending machine. You don't recognize the brands of sodas inside, but you really could use a drink. And we got an injury again. Domino cut out. I think that's severe enough to get that checked. How do you get an abdominal cut from a vending machine, though? What do you have to do? Did he try to get inside of the vending machine? Did he get cut in the abdomen? And you stop by home to pick you up to lunch. You find a pile of letters in your mailbox. Oh, more funds. Hell yeah. Interview the neighbors. We'll discover something the police missed. The museum starts hanging up posters promoting our neighbors complaining about missing underwear. Not wanting to wait for an elevator, you decide to take the rarely used stairs. You suddenly trip but grab the railing at the last second. When you get up to inspect what caused you to trip, You freeze in terror. It is slowly standing up. Igor. Come on. Why? And then the neighbors complaining about weird noises coming from the vents when she's at home. Knowledge check. We have the knowledgeable. Let's check the building plan to find out if there's a place where all the vents connect. You find an envelope lying on a pillow in your bedroom. That is cash and a note from someone who has been watching you. They wish you luck. That's and promise to meet you. Load up this envelope and every room is connected by the vents coming from the unused boiler room. You enter the dark boiler room and trip over the pipe. Cursing, you find a light switch and gasp an horror. Pipe at all. A long rubbery arm coiling around the room and ending into a relationship. Coming closer, you can smell something vile and rotten. You almost fall to the ground when you see the wide open stare of the dead pervert. His elongated limbs stretching, disappearing into the vent dark. After the police arrive, the whole building gets searched. Following the arms, the detectives find the body of a man stuck in the ventilation. Later, he is identified as the building caretaker. In his closet, police find the pieces of the underwear and voyeuristic photos. You are questioned thoroughly and eventually released at the murder case being covered up. Days of unfortunate gaslighting. Roads leading out of town are closed by the police. Have to find a way anyway out. How does it help me? Fill it with anyways, we going for this beep. Let the bottle of water do stamina. The first iteration of the game about water. It was in 1980. The botanist we don't have an ad for today. Bizarre brood of the blood-curdling botanist. Your neighbor asked you to husband Shiro-san has goodness. He's worried it might be connected with the new fertilizer he ordered from Tokyo. Where is he, and why would he need so much fertilizer? Got the business card of the gardening company where the missing man was working. Some of his colleagues could tell you something. But before that, I already have a compass. We cannot stay. The backpacker. Well, else coming in. I have to have it equipped just in time. This back is good enough. When you enter a metro car, you know there's an oddly shaped package on the seat opposite. Smart. That's a favorite time. Hiro-san has always been a weirdo, but he's good at what he does. We ordered a pack of experimental fungicide from Tokyo. I think I've seen this dispatch of an address somewhere, the old man thinks. Let me move this dirt and I'll look roaring. Experts are baffled by the sudden appearance of 20 stone statues lined up in a row in the middle of the park. And cast one spell without pay. Just that I don't have any. Well, all the dispatch order is stained with a foul-smelling liquid. Think you can make it out the address, at least parts of it. The house is somewhere in the nearby forest. It's a bad time to be out of cash. The grim-looking man who's standing in front of me. Our company flashlights. Yeah, we did a job a lot again. We can tell what it is. These are stamina friends for a reason.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
That forces scheme against you. You don't know who you can trust anymore. Ramadan. Discover an old campsite located. We'll investigate the ground. Use this time. The dirt road looks promising. You follow the faint sound to a telephone line pole. In the middle of the forest? Alright, okay. The moment you notice the giant hairy balls underneath it, they start to twitch and rise. Telephone booth with a hairy ball. Why does that sound like a hair? Don't have any weapon, right? No. We'll level up. Ooh, that does sound good. Getting more strength. Then finally, after what felt like hours of following the dirt road, you find the old mansion, completely overgrown with plants you've never seen before. In front of the mansion is the gun company's minivan filled with boxes. Slowly you enter the building with caution. You stand in the middle of the room when suddenly the floor gives away. You fall down the basement. Falling through the hole in the floor, you find yourself in an overgrown basement. In the corner lies a man you recognize. It's Shiro-san, the missing gardener. Must help him escape with this cursed plane. Maybe the other ending is having him die. You've pleaded, Shiro-san. Winds whip you, covering your exposed skin in deep lacerations. The crying pain dropping the body of Shiro-san. There's no way you'll be able to save him. With a heavy heart, you run, leaving the man you're supposed to protect behind. Well, that's one different ending. The imposing shadow casts where the light is getting longer. Okay, the winds of the ramen again. No weapon is better than loud knocking wakes you up in the middle of the night. Open up! Shouts the deep voice from behind the door. I know you're there. You can see the restaurant through the staircase window. You watch the door for hours, but never see any of the cooks. Excuse me, do you have a moment to talk about a real Lord and Savior? The day of reckoning is coming. There's a voice on the other side on the line. You definitely don't like the way the man on the other side of the line puts the accent on the real. Hello, are you still there? Oh, let's listen. You'll learn some useful bits of information about your nemesis. However, if everything the man said was true, you have to rest. You hear wrestling on the other side of the apartment doors. Someone is trying to get in. It's Mickey Mouse. Night. No. Okay, but we are dead. Not good. We're not good at all. Oh, it's the mirror for once. Vanished to the other dimension a long time ago. Gaizo found a way to first and teleport its prey straight through reflective glare. The glimpses behind your reflections are just the beginning of a real nightmare. Oh, I'm her. Feels quite good. Finally, loving have matched myself. The spine-chilling story of school. Scissors, and that, alright. Spine-chilling story of school of scissors. Another boy from your school has disappeared. Rumor has it a terrible woman has returned from the grave. A woman with the widest smile and the sharpest scissors. You knew your friend was up for something when he left to use his notebook, full of cryptic notes. I can send her back where she belongs, he claimed. After you two disappeared, you decided to study the notebook for clues. It details a ritual that claims to stop the wicked woman once and for all. What's the worst thing? Your missing friend has left you a notebook. The rumors are true. To stop the tall woman with scissors, you need to perform a ritual to force the material form to appear in our dimension. Accomplishing this requires first the drawing of an eldritch sigil, and then the lighting of holding. I can only hope your friend has left it somewhere. Possibly, Science type. We don't have the key. Are we then? No? No. I feel like something horrible is happening within this school. Try and find those items. What's that? Never mind. Maybe we find the key somewhere. Suddenly everything goes to a crawl. You found an additional page from your friend's diary. Hints that blessed dog was left in the pool. Harry and find it. One is that ever different. Not really. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Upload a figure and then just look. Yada. Found the blessed chalk, which you can use to draw the sigil in your ritual. You copy the sigil as best as you can on the blackboard. Now, and it seems about to be right. The sound of scissors is getting louder. It's Harry. You found the holy candles in your friend's backpack. Lit them as instructed by the notebook. Everything is right. What's that? They take a step back as a revering amorphous mass slowly takes shape. Soon it become a tall woman-like creature with 3 faces, all connected. A wide smile. Now it's your chance to fight and
Damaged
defeat
Plushy
the tower.
pledges loyalty.
It is also your only chance. Thanks for the follow. And welcome to the darling. Prepare for combat. Twisting and retching, the demon woman enters the classroom, hacking menacingly. Am I beautiful? Oh, when I finish with it. The ancient horror lies dead on the classroom floor, slowly dissolving. You find your friend gravely wounded, alive. You help him up. Both of you limp away from school as a police siren. This woman is gone for good, or isn't she? You shut out knowing the urban legend by another kid in another city to try to summon the Eldritch Fiend. Oh, doggy's gone. Oh. Come on. Not good. Okay. Let's do the coma case again. Oh, and we should probably take care of our slit. When taking stamina damage in combat, what play? Then when we win. Okay. That should be good. Now, right now. LSD random stat kits. Oh yeah. Give me a brain. Oh, I never did that. Combined intimidation value was 69 plus 10. Student shoves you away and is screaming for help. God damn it. It was worth a shot. You find an old trophy case that unseemly abandoned corridor. You break the window. You break the glass window, cutting yourself on. Zero. That gives wounds. They didn't tear this road. Instead, carved an occult symbol with something sharp. You try to remember the shape and escape before anyone. You're stopped by a masked man wearing a lab coat. He introduces himself as a researcher from Tokyo University, testing a new treatment method that promises to revolutionize modern medicine. Here wish I could see my luck with it, though. My haste fine enough. I decline. You book to politely decline the generous offer and continue on your You've got the name and the address. Oh. A woman bumps into you as she runs from a beauty parlor. Before you can say anything, you notice her face. She puffed out your own eyes. I can't see it. Christ, it can't see me. Right. You shudder, seeing a faint vision of Goizo reflected in the beauty parlor's mirrors. I'm on my doom. Seeing the two chapter. Oh, now I'm knowledgeable. Let's do it. Research occult notes. The notes lying nearby tell of ancient civilizations and unspeakable horror. Managed to learn an incitation, but the horrifying image will stay with you for a long time. Feel of savage. One strength. We all left. Not worth it. A different character would be wear it, but not on this. A sudden growl coming from behind the corner. My turn. Next to Mortal Kombat. Yep, I'm dead. No, too bad. Yucca, man, okay. Done. Ready. And do that. But technically, I always can start with 5 experience. Let's do the yields. Quite the lucky one. As you prepare a bath, you think about all the possible. Very tired. Maybe ice cold water. Ice cold water revitalizes. You're ready for the investigation. Good. Very good. Wandering. The scene is disturbing. You struggle to look at it. +5 experience. Did very well. Very good. Let them kill themselves. No, actually, this time we are Arsmar. After a long conversation, they hand you the knife. Thank you. Good one. Find them. Find her. You must puncture her eye now. Yeah. Doctor, you see countless tiny eels crawling out of your friend's eye in all directions. Okay, Anna. Even survived the blood loss. You rush to the hospital with Kana, getting a lot of attention with the other 5 people. Your friend is taken immediately to the operating center. And you're collapsing there, waiting in the area. Wake up, dude! You've been sleeping for over 3 hours. You're groggily open your eyes to see your friend Kana is wearing an eye patch. Not so pretty anymore, huh? I couldn't exactly tell the doctors the truth about what happened, and I'm pretty sure I won't be winking with my left eye anytime soon. For saving my life. They're processing the events of the previous night. Perhaps eating eels. Laid the eggs in their eyes. Sitting with your friend Kana before your apartment building, you watch the police officers emptying out your neighbor's place. A happy ending. The friendly dog disappeared. Oh no. Like that dog. How are we? I'm actually quite good. So far. Small experience. Magic tale of the time. Let's find out what we can do differently. Pay close attention. But first I have to iterate.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Nothing. No. Not really a clue there, no. Finding your rumor. Okay. That actually kind with me. Yes, it is kind with me. Why not? Okay, the ritual dash or 87. Where's the choice we calm her down. When you touch her shoulder, she gets hysterical. Her reaction shocks you. Can you move away? How's my check failure? I have 7 cars. I need a value? Wow. Another lead, the former teacher for me. Ever feeling hungry? You have entered a small locale restaurant and ordered the daily special made with today's catch. And they held it the yeah. Goodbye, it won't hurt. Give me the curse. Feeling the eyes of the restaurant's guests on your bag, you take a small bite of the smell you see smells in your mouth. Let's run on a lot of strength. Minus one day, in order to but Caution is calling. Chance of negative effect with each C setting. It's muscle log. Innsmouth log. Minus one knowledge until the end of the cure mystery. Yeah, but I want to go to the hospital. I want to rest. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, wait for them. And also rest. Taking an elevator. Yeah. Okay, that went. Dark forces team against and how are we supposed to do anything different here? What's the different ending? I don't understand. I don't know how we get the other end. Dangerous bands of riders. Oh, that sounds good. Just have to find something else in the dark, I guess. Vicious verses of a violent vigil. You received an official looking letter. What does a law firm from Tokyo want from you? We regret to inform you of the passing of our client and your granduncle. His funeral will be preceded by an overnight vigil as Packline's request. There's an address and list of people expected to arrive. You don't recognize any of them. Intrigued, you decide to check it out yourself. What's the worst? Following the directions from the ladder, you slowly fight your way through the overgrown forest path. Our mansion looks like it was torn down and rebuilt many times. Where is it? Following a suspicious person, you enter an old random room. This time we search the room. There's nothing really important yet. I think you might be able to use the one item you did. Broken bottle, can't throw that. Well, maybe it's for the later. It takes you some time, but you finally someone. But another guest could ask them what's going on. The woman wrinkles her nose when she notices you. You can swear you've seen the symbol engraved on her neck. If you want to pay respect to old creep, follow the corridor to the right. Enter the yard workshop. The room is cluttered with half-finished sculptures and bizarre masks hanging on the wall. One sculpture strikes fury with mistake. There we go. This is why people constantly tell you to not lose your head, cause you might literally do it. Placing a handkerchief to your nose, you enter the dark room. There's no way they allowed your grand uncle to just leave. What about the correct bow and clap order? Well, I guess for now. That's probably what the Yakuza got. Again, didn't get this with a ladder. Here, take mine. A pair standing next to a window. The man is muttering something while his wife is observing you return. Oh dear. This reminds me of one of my books. Oh, the mirror didn't ever... Bow, bow, bow. Clap. Bow, bow. You were startled when you discovered the headless body. You were horrified when you saw its head hanging in the middle of the room and black hair. Modest supper. Talk to the people. Let's do not pretend like we want to be here. The smell is nauseating, but you put some meat in the plate. So tasty. The shadow instantly recognized the room from a newspaper photo. 3 years ago, a man. Is it any better? No. Hello. Upper pray over the body, Baba. It is nothing. You stop dead in your tracks by the feeling of cold metal. Punch him. What the hell? You let a rumbling yell, turning and driving your fist into an empty air. Nobody there. He's gone. Wild swing sends you stumbling and confused. All of the shit is really starting to get to you. But even if you ran into one of the real guys, would probably smack. The body is missing. Seems that someone has already removed the manager from It looks like one of the previous owners of this mansion liked to read. Dusty tombs reach the ceiling. You don't have much time, but maybe you could spare a minute to look through the bunks. We check out the table. The notes lying on the table look like the ramblings of a madman, but you can sense the method of the man. He's the only one now. Let's open the envelope this time. You open the envelope, your mind gets flooded with knowledge. There's a rather good decision. Fine. Oh no. There's a local legend about a heartbroken seamstress. One stormy night, she broke into a local inn. Let's pick the color this time. I found you. At last. Entering a dark room, you spot Havado and his wife hugging each other. And they turn around, you scream. Their bodies are slowly becoming one. Their fused faces express the same inch. Let's try that. Dun, dun. As the visual is nearing its end, the whole mansion shakes more and more until the walls start to collapse, revealing the fucking truth about your realm. Where are you? An unseen force leads your hand. You reach for a knife and struggle with the raised gas. concluded. The voice booms in your head as everything gets dark. When you wake up, you find yourself lying on the wet grass. The old mansion nowhere to be seen. Standing next to you is a naked, bloated old man. You recognize a tattoo and the man's tattoo. It's your deceased grand. With a cause voice, he explains the ritual. You try to keep up with him, but you're weak and it spends. The death toll must remain the same. You die, you survive. You feel like vomiting as the old man who has cheated death disappears behind the trees. Everything. The man who thought was your uncle cheated death, making you an accessory to murder. You know the police officers won't believe you when you tell them the truth. And do your best to forget the nightmare. What I sworn it was Monday, not Tuesday, right? How is it? Let's do it. We go for more. My. One again. We rest time. This should do it. Cannot. There's a Thursday. One sounds good. A can of acid. Investigate it. Through the dirty restaurant window, you notice a shady man wearing a jacket covered in strange skin. Stops in front of a house visible. Before he enters the house, he turns around as if looking for any unwanted trouble. What it mean? Weird man. The door is locked. I think you can looking at special man you. While you walk perception. Corpses are stung up on a wire like average. The round window. But that. The blinding light is growing larger and larger. Tuck your cat around on you. Prepare yourself for what is coming. Lost in time and the haze, you drift in nothingness until something pulls you towards the light. Would always be nice to see. Oh, we dig. Digging beneath a stone pillar, you unearth a chest. It's filled with coin. What do I do with it? The summer of 1970. An entire classroom fell into the sea when a rock they were standing on collapsed. Their bodies never until I think she's reaching for to scratch her. It looks like she's trying to reach for her back to scratch. Probably what's happening here. Let's help them. Help you scratch with the deck. Well, now we need to rest. The waves lazily, or you take a deep breath. The fresh sea clears. Something pulls you towards the beach, a statuette half buried. The sand is calling you, feeling your hands. Take a step closer. Oh. The statuette is surprisingly heavier than it looks. Let's take it home and wonder where you'll despair. Bad idea. Now we will see. We have a new home decoration. The full moon shines bright in the cloudless night sky. The ink-black ocean waves glimmerly eerily. All the residents on their shutters lock their doors. Your footsteps are silent and you have no new ending. Still ending B. Don't know how to reach D. Outside signal jammed? Okay. And we're moving. I want to Anna. Not one I can water. Hello, apparently. Alright. Thanks for the water body. Back in your home, you think of your next move, you know? Yeah, the statue. Isn't it looking gorgeous? Okay, last one. We survived this. We only have left. But let me do it. Write your best efforts, you feel like maneuvers. You catch a glimpse of an outclass. Pause, yeah. Alright. Ready?
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Oh, your face fell out. Earring. And he's probably all the talking down now with the earrings. Kings of Flame. Yes. Hearing an eerie sound coming from behind the door, you decide to check it out. At first glance, the abandoned classrooms. Once your eyes gets used to the darkness, you discover an unusual sigil drawn on. Judging by the smoke someone put out, the candles the moment. Now that lighting the candles opens the right. You know what? This time you pass through the door to the janitorial closet, but it's already delayed. The latest missing girl is lying on the dirty mattress. Appetizer, at least. And a tale of fishes brutally sewn in place. You are still weak and dying. You hear the mad janitor. He looks you up and down. Yeah. And let's flirt with him. Mad janitor stepping over the body when he suddenly notices. You're the one I've been looking. Oh. He falls on his knees and raises his head, not noticing them. The girl suddenly springs to life. With a deafening shriek, she jumps on the hypnotized janitor. That's shocking. His lads were still yet bound. The seal reclaimed back. Police officers find you a few hours. Rays of the mad janitor is found, but you will sleep a little better tonight, knowing that other students the same. Breath of the janitor and Now you can't help but shudder hearing the sounds of the waves on the beach in the sun. And for the worst, people are stacking up and everything. Alright. Yeah. Not too bad. What? I just automatically. Lego. Finally made it. Inside the cursed. Your God is telling you two things. Whoever or whatever behind the fence be on the highest floor of this, and that you should run away from power as you're afraid them. Climbing up the winding staircase, you are stopped by a masked man wearing an expensive suit. The rules have changed, kiddo. Last, taking the jacket and the mask. Nothing past really. It's nothing personal either when I pull it around. Following the winding staircase, you find a metal gate that blocks your way. The cable that should be powering it currently disconnected. The power box itself is covered in a weird moist goo. Just inhaling the fumes make your eyes itch. And water. But to power the gate, you need to disconnect the fault. Weird goo burns your fingers, but you quickly manage to separate the faulty plug and connect the proper bit. Following the winding staircase, you are stopped. Wait a minute. Someone broke into your apartment, stole all the glues and newspaper clippings and pinned them here. The more you study them, the discover you can't remember any of them. Except one. Let's take the tragic tale of the... You rip the newspaper clipping of a case you seem to remember. Underneath it is a tiny button. You press it, and with a buzz the gate opens. Okay. Following the winding staircase, you find a metal gate that blocks your way. It's locked, but you notice an electrical cable. It seems to connect to the door to a hole inside the tensile pillar. As you switch inside, you'll have to risk getting cut by numerous glass shards and knives. You can feel the sharp glass ripping your flesh as you search for this. Only you grab a cable and follow it with the leading finger until you find the button. Following the winding staircase, you are stopped by a metal gate. Again. The tiny page nailed to the gate explains that opening the gate will require you to grab 2 metal rods, using your own body as a natural conductor. So the power of the gate. Oh, I'm not smart enough to turn down the dial. You grab the rods, electricity flowing through your body and burning the nerve endings. The pain is almost unbearable, but with the pass of the gate, the dark clouds swirl around the lighthouse, and you arrive to land. As the unnatural fog slowly lifts, you're relieved and collapsed on the floor. The next day, everything feels like a bad dream. That's the second time I finally make it to the end. The next day, everything feels like a bad dream. You've managed to stop the ritual of waking the eldritch old god, and what's done is done. It will steer in its slumber again and again, until the stars are round once more. What does it mean, chosen timeline? Where can I choose a different timeline? This thing? Timeline B? Alright, let's do that one. Quickly. Oh, let's see if this changed. Let's read it. Something strange is happening. Cropped figures can be seen gathering in the woods at night. Like a disgusting group. The seaside. Actually no. All the same. Now Tarasu once again from its slumber, blinded by its impossible to satisfy hunger, and has started to tear down the walls of its cocoon prison, but before it devours it. They never escape from combat encounters in the first place. Oh, that's fine. Brittle bones. No. Brittle bones isn't a thing. Alright. The city is changing so fast you can barely recognize. There's up to 2 different additional actions allocated for this. You check your mailbox and get a really good looking one here. Too bad that it doesn't change this. Having her coffee outfit looking here, that would be a good improvement. Let's go for weeks. Let's give me that medical linen. Okay, there's no direct new key. Let's do the ransom for Ammon King. So, the timeline is not too... What makes the timeline so different? That's the thing. That's this. There's the model. doggy. What good stuff you have? I have a sewing kit from... I take the camera. Then I go to you again. And I take the back. Oh no, actually compass. Compass I equip. Camera I put here. No. Now we can do some fatal frame action. I really hope the next Fatal Frame they release is, well, Fatal Frame remake, I have to say, is the third one, because that's my favorite. It's a bad time to go delicate. No! I'm donating. Okay. Yeah, Charisma check was successful. Here. Oh, it's you again. Mortal Kombat. Kill Mickey Mouse. I'm gonna survive this. I already have a good weapon. Okay, we have a good weapon, but we need to rest. And, how's else? Yes. Concussion, cut arms. Medkit. Open. Pinch. Ah, okay, that one we cannot use. Now, hospital. Now we have to. Here's about the farmery, but oh. And we can prepare. We do have more to do now. Here is about then. First we get back to the rumors through your belongings, trying to find anything that will finally pick up curious bet. Hopefully it will be enough. I'm an inventor for getting spell slows. Alright, okay. Oh, there's a vending machine. Oh. That we invested down with feel good on items. That gives the clues. We're doing good at EXP. Are you wrong? Nah. That means the next one is the guy. Your path was blocked by a rotting corpse covered in poison ivy. Oh, what a beautiful thing. Do I have to do it this way then? I do Mortal Kombat now. expected. Yeah, we lost already that one. Next one time. Let's do it again. No, we are. Alright. And we have the regular guy. Oh. Why does someone of useful things for you to study? Manage combat encounter with Win. Is this? Okay. Oh. I can make him look like Dracula. Okay, will you make him look like Dracula? You have 4 phones. What do you have, us? Compass is up. You enter the school bathroom to wash your face with cold water. A sudden noise behind you. Max. 1 for the stall doors. Those open up. Don't close the door. You back out from the toilet and now we are fighting you off. Step. What's good for again? Me, but luck. Well, let's keep it for first. Not trigger that guy to appear. Confront the string. A priest from nearby temple asked what you were doing. When you can't make it lie, you're thrown. Let's sneak past her. You've managed to sneak past her and rummage through the cabinet. Finally, you locate the information you were looking for. Last time we set the crash on fire. The spot where you and the interviewee agreed to meet, and sure enough, she's waiting for you. Looks nervous about more than just out with you. You're certain she knows something about what happened. Missing person. Well, we have actually quite the good harassment. So, friendly. You act calmly, sweetly, and like you're a little stupid, goading her into letting her guard down. Before long, she believes you're on her side and confides in you about the last time she saw a missing person. Correct? Stop right there, criminal scum. You hear a voice coming from behind you. You won't destroy my life's work. No. I think I'm ready. Wait, what's the patient's error? We investigate the bitch look twice. One time. Just have the old ones. And the old ones, so I'm getting. And twice. Now with this time, we go into the Detroit Temple. An old man from the village hands you. This should help you understand the element. That's the thing. Momentarily renders invisible creatures partially visible. That's enemy power. So, I assume I'm not supposed. Probably can. A broken bone. And doctor. Oh. Right. What is it? Level amp. Second side, occult signs. Get to me and erase my. You stumble upon a nurse trying to open the door to the intensive care unit. Constantly, when she turns around, her face screams in horror. Actually, I made a nurse like that. I would ask her to turn off the vibrator. She looks like she's an exorcist. I think it's safe. What do my aim plus 2 spell. 1 damage again. How do we... Miles away. You managed to sneak through the floor while avoiding the finally reached quarantine. All the coma patients brought in. Your pulses are slowly weakening. Your blood pressure. You must hurry. Dust of... Following the old man's advice, you throw the dust of seeing. It reveals weird, elongated monsters from the ceiling, one above every bed. Each creature is connected to a patient. Idyllic syndrome. To try to process everything, one of the disgusting creatures raises its head and looks in your direction. Creatures causing the contagious coma plague. Known as taking notice of you. You must defend this for priority. Oh, that's no one. Oh, fuck. Don't think we will survive here.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Ooh, we survived. We killed one. The creature's severed body falls on the floor and starts melting slowly. The remaining part slithers back into the now closing hole in the ceiling. You've managed to get a glimpse on the other side. The side of others. You fall to your knees. Body was merely finger. Taken, you sneak out of the hospital. One thing is certain, though, the end of the weird illness. The whole town stopped with okay. But we take a small XP boost for everything else. I would do the job. Taking the better off. No fetch. No way to wait. We do the thinking here and we go. More we needed. Woman's body is in the master's bedroom. Go there if you want. Oh, that's sad. Just step into. Just spot an old fallen tree and jump behind it. Oh, feeling the unnatural light on your skin. When things calm down. Just gave me plastic too. Back to the corridor. What if we can... This time we ignore him. Burn in. how that. Stumble upon Sotomura, fiercely scratching his car. With each motion he gets a little deeper. With each motion, not a piece. With each motion. Oh, she's over there. As the vigil is nearing its end, the commander just left. Oh, the man doesn't left. Announce the theme force leads. The prize. The voice booms in your head as everything gets dark. You wake up, you find yourself lying on the wet grass. No new. No. How's Holden? My status first. We have a picture for it. And I don't put that up around. Feels rested. Film. I mean, if I use it, I have -1. But then again, can it calculate that? Can I actually have in this game? Only one way to find out. Oh, I cannot afford that. No. Proceeds looking. You decide to enter a small shady bar and maybe some of the old fishermen can have you. Rest. Never we are trying to. Yep. Okay. Another. Perhaps a feasting of bloated car. That's the body. Reaching for the body, you're attacked by several crabs. You learned the cliff the mansion was built on is famous for ransom. You've decided to ransom books that might happen. One house owner, however, decided to make use of the cave tunnel as a natural concert. An article covers a group of scientists from Tokyo. They were exploring and mapping weird caves found in them. The search of the missing team of the scientists continued. The only clue so far is the code written on a given wall. 440. Oh. We do have to rest. And speaking of rest, I have to go to the bathroom really quick. Alright, continuing really well. Hearing a barking sound, you find yourself on a beach, surrounded by oh well. I guess this beach is protected by a powerful seer. Undead seer, to be more precise. at one point I want to be this to be animated. You have like an undead CL attacking you, and what are you doing? You're just punching it to death. It's so much like a comedy. I love horror comedies. Alright, but I think we need to rest once. And then travel to the mansion. Now we know about the cave and we know about... I want to... We study the symbols. Failure. Actually have any... he needs spells. There's a local legend about a... Oh, we can see. Yeah, you found me at last. But now for the next round of hiding hide and seek, you're in. He wants to offer. We go like a piece of that. Oh, it just gives us you. Yeah. Or we will die in different. Be a kick. We don't have the only item candle. Damage in combat grants a small experience bonus. Ooh. Let's go and rest then. Unsure what to expect on the dirty door. Make our way down. You're not sure what to expect. The steady door to the studio. With a creak, the dark, dusty room is empty. Something feels wrong. Interrupt, perhaps. You move the wooden carpet aside to reveal a secret passageway cut directly into the cliff rock. Following a strange song, you discover a hidden passage that leads you to an underground chamber connected to sea. Can't find the source of the sounds, but then it hits you. The acoustics of this place make the waves sound like the most beautiful serenade. Mesmerized, you step closer to the stone room. Now we explore first. Cannot. I might think of buying it. Unholy chants coming from the caves connected to the men in the family. No connection to the outside world, they have bet on themselves. Preparing for the world. So... Go for that. Here. Freaky feature. Go with him first. But first, cross of power. Cool. There we go. Hearing footsteps behind you, you realize you aren't the only student here. A girl wearing a demon mask starts giggling as she gets closer. You know, I'm the one who should be giggling because you set in for Mortal Kombat. Also give me your mask. Scatter. When it's broken. That breaks very. Doesn't sound too useful, but now it's a. And we definitely need to rest again because of. Preparing for something. A new yet undefined species of cordyceps fungus has been observed to infect rats, taking over their bodies, but it has the same effect with other matter. Let's see, we will for the first time reach 100%. There's nothing we can do about it. The horrible old god has snatched almost everyone from your city. Weeks later, you and a group of survivors managed to cover every mirror in the building you currently reside in. You see your reflection in your lover's eyes. It takes you a while to realize the god you start to scream, for Geyser has found an. We randomize. Interesting. How do I make that? Items. We discard that one. And for the other one, let's go. Oh, we don't have. And not wish. We get that one card. It's good. We have to get funding elsewhere. And then we get one item. Or we find something. The neighbor is a horror manga artist. They come up with the stuff of their own. We got that. Our perception is actually good to check the bear from our back. Oh, because it's knowledge. But that's also quite good. God damn it. The only... Oh, we take a ride. The only metro in your town connects the university and the science complex. You could take a ride to gain some time, but you've got a feeling something is wrong. Where are all the people? Even though the metro car is completely empty, you arrive at your station without any problems, saving valuable time. Through the dirty restaurant we follow him. The door is locked, but you repeat the knocking pattern in the suspicion man used. A moment later, the door opens and the surprise teen with greasy hair asks who the hell you are. It's taking the nurse. For Carter's sure is embarrassing, but deep inside, you're relieved. Someone traps you on your bag. Sorry, is this bus still running? I'm so late for a meeting. The boss is trying to kill me. Now that you quickly turn around. Continue looking. Oh, didn't fit. A week later, the police and government officials are looking all over. How are we doing on stats? We get another XP. Let's go here. It's got 2 item cards to complete this. But we still have no fun. Walking through the park, you find a little girl. Have a crowbar. find that. Get prepared.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Nice. Does it count as exploring something? No. No. Got to be true. There we go, we got a mask. This gun. Oh, I kind of want to investigate first to hopefully get an. Scan. We're planning out your next step. And you're thinking about everything that needs to be done, and then everything that could happen, and every awful thing that's already happened. And now all you can think about is just how scary and horrible things are. Push through it. Wipe your eyes and try to keep going, but no matter how hard you try, you can't get the thoughts out of your head. You really are pathetic. Give them pathetic. Give them a good punch with my tentacles. Walking through a tree nursery, you suddenly stab. It's off. Isn't it too early for the leaves to change their color? Before you can continue your investigation, someone grabs your leg. Come on, God. I'm not signed up for that. You can bark for me, remember? Too bad that the hasn't dropped the bark. Man, I want to find an item. Here we go. Up there. No. Let for wares, John. Well, we can buy some. Yeah. Hardware shop. Carpenter. You have to discard it or sell it. Discard. You couldn't find the nets and hooks prepared for the big hunt. What you did find was a huge bonfire in the middle of the beach. Take a burning branch with you. Light here. That's a light source. We don't have crafts. I'll let them kill themselves. I want to know what happens. You close your eyes and they jump off the cliff. Maybe it will calm the ocean. The full moon shines bright. Okay, but where does the torch help? The whole section of the beach is black with those slowly engulfing the bodies of the missing sailors. Right in the middle of it stands a lone figure. When it spots you, dude stops undulating for a second before rapidly moving towards you, leaving the half-eaten corpses behind. We throw our... You throw the torch towards the figure and the ooze instantly ignites, quickly turning the whole beach into a burning nightmare, devouring both the black substance and the corpses. The nauseous fumes force you to retreat and find cover. It was definitely a close call. Too close for your liking. You're sure the newspapers will report on the goose soon to dry up and look just like volcanic ash. Tonight, however, all you're thinking about is a hot bath. I'm doing just fine. Knowledge is power. Macabre mama. Investigate the seaside location twice. Okay, let's do that. At the seaside. Let's go. 1. Walking on the beach, you discover a giant charred pit. As you wonder what was burned here and why, you hear a crackling sound getting louder. Everything around you becomes scorching hot. Ooh. More corpse dust. What? What type of sport burn? But I don't have funds to heal myself. Burn does you receive additional combat damage. Oof. Oof. Oh. Well, one more. One more time. Something pulls you towards the beach. Good. A third and let's ignore it this time. You may be going crazy, but you swear something is watching you from the sea. Oh, I got the infamous slug. Which one is better? Yeah. We sold it. Oh. Okay, that was useless then. Why did I do that? And had that one for a while. Rest again. Now, investigate downtown. Walk. Yeah. You can have the anti-wallet, but I could fix buttons instead. And we can level up. Get quick thinking, and we get knowledge, so we have both worlds. The investigation is starting to take a toll on you, Alf. I feel like you're about to fall asleep standing up. Or do you address your mistake? We'll check around the block. We enter. And we are here. Move towards the pyramid. The frozen god, it comes from up, so more XP. Good. Notice his face. Slowly. His stammer's taking a step forward. For years, I've dealt with this. Wide inside me. As a step. Each night I dream about a city underwater. I realized that's where I truly belong. And another. Let me take you there. Sure. Reluctantly, you reach out your hand. The janitor grabs it. He freezes, seemingly setting your face in a battered line. I've seen you in my dream. I don't need to take her. He smiles and lets go of your hand and jumps into the open manhole. You're doomed to go there eventually, and I wait for you. Was the talk about the underwater city just an excuse for a crazy serious killer? Or did the janitor really believe in the mermaid city, located somewhere deep under the waves? Whatever the case, you really should see a dermatologist about your skin allergy. Each day it starts to look more and more like fish skin. Did the water level suddenly increase, or is the city slowly sinking? What are we doing? How are we doing? Take a hot bath for experience. And you know what? Time to use the cloth straps. We have another level up. Ingress. Post connection. I take it. I know it's somewhere needed. Reception. Oh yeah, the fear for I was waiting. The inn rooms. That's perfect for us. Enjoy the festival. Let's buy souvenirs with no fun. We enjoy the festival. We get one ticket. Aww. Let's investigate the ticket. Oh, let's have the dog. In the forest, you hear faint whimpering in the distance. When you discover a wild dog caught by its hind leg in a bear trap. The dog growls menacing when you get closer. Now for the dog. You free the injured dog. Thankfully, the animal follows you. I have found an ally. Oh, what does he do? That's one extra damage. Oh, look at the good boy. Now he only needs tentacles and everything. Right. Two reasons. So, okay, we need. This sounds good. Let's save here. And we need to. Sorry, just looking. Plot. Here is everybody. Today's goal: find the missing people. A trail of blood and sickly smelling sludge leads to the outskirts of the village, somewhere in the dark forest. As an answer. While wandering through the wood, you discover strange carvings. Wait, don't we have camera? No. Yeah, they go. What you thought was just a discarded pile of clothes suddenly moves. It stands up, a cloud of white powder is released. Oh, that was a close one. The mysterious. Oh, wait, I took it too far. The mysterious Lolash influence. The city is engulfed in chaos. All the eldritch magic made our planet a bright waypoint below all God and a tasty treat. Within the next 10 years, Earth will be devoured. And do about it. We did good, but I was too careless with my. And now, Alabang. All right. Let's see. Where do we continue? I will. Yeah, we haven't rated him for a while. We are raiding out to Luren. They are currently playing Bar World. So send them love. And we see each other on Tuesday. When we look into, we'll have to still decide what game we will play there. And actually, no. We will return to Final Fantasy 14 and continue the stories there and the rain. Till then, bye.